Guy Gagnon introduces Treacherous Tom to challenge Putty's Skylar, who is racing for 4 consecutive wins.
3 Conquest Sealster has made front ahead of Moonwalker, and he's hoping to bottom out the rest as the stretch looms ahead. It's Conquest Sealster, but here comes the late speed of On Time Delivery, getting up to deliver once again for Robert Shepard. On Time Delivery by 3 over Shadow Dave. Holding on for show was Conquest Sealster in 1:55 and 2. But of Troxel Hanover, owned by Windermere Farms of Springvale, PEI, bred by River Valley Management, New Brunswick, and Windermere Farm, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, and driven by Robert Shepard. It's his 4th consecutive Rideau Carleton victory in his 5th start this year. And race 1 is now official. Congratulations to On Time Delivery. The field, Monty's Gone Marble, shuffled to last, Smiling Billy the Kid, and now a new leader as Viper has put away Shotgun Jerry wide. Here's a move from Monty's Gone Marble, and Smiling Billy the Kid. It's a battle to the wire. Smiling Billy the Kid ahead of Viper and Monty's Gone Marble. 1:55 and 3. Hold all tickets. It's a close one. Panotville, Quebec, driven to victory by Pascal Berube. It's the 3rd win this year in 5 seasonal starts for Smiling Billy the Kid, who was recently claimed here and returns to the winner's circle. Back-to-back winner after his April 28th victory. Congratulations. From 3rd, moving out to try to get around Party Vibes, who still sits the pocket as they both come after Flash Cube, who leads by 2 at the top of the lane. Flash Cube getting tested late on his outside. Here's a surge from Party Vibes. It's getting very close as the wire comes up, and Flash Cube gets there by a neck just ahead of Party Vibes. Holding on for show. What's in the Esky? 1:55 and 4. 2 of Blainville, Quebec, bred by David Keys and Julie Keys of Millgrove, Ontario, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's the 4th start this year and the first parimutuel win of the season for Flash Cube, a 10-time winner last season. Congratulations to Flash Cube. Guy Gagnon asking him for more, coming down the stretch, and he obliges. That's Jaden's Magic Steel coming on for 2nd. Silverado, wide of him is Rockin' Zeus, but they're not catching Jaden's Magic Steel, who finishes ahead of Silverado in the fast closing Rockin' Zeus in 1:55 and 4. Jaden's Magic Steel. He's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Steelhead Hanover out of Meridian Magic, owned by Jamie Copley and Darren Tingley of Ontario with Dwayne Tingley of Nova Scotia, bred by Barry Martin and Ruben Martin of Nova Scotia, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's Jaden's Magic Steel's 2nd win in 6 starts this season. And race 4 is now official. Pressed by I'm a Stand-Up Guy, who's to his outside, and coming on late, Wara We Exalt and Guy Gagnon also facing a move up the cones now from Raising Rusty, and I'm a Stand-Up Guy is trotting right on past. I'm a Stand-Up Guy finishes ahead of Raising Rusty and possibly Wara We Exalt for show in 1:56 and 1. Bred by Winback Farm of Maryland, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Robert Shepard. That's his first parimutuel win this season at Rideau Carleton. He did win a qualifier here April 3rd. Battle of York and Stefan Pouliot are leading the way down the stretch. They've got a open length advantage coming at them late. Illicit Affair is gaining ground, and here comes a fast flying in play. Hanover widest of all. It's between these three in play. Hanover by half a length over Illicit Affair, and Battle of York, All-Star Ballerina fourth, 158-2. Bred by Hanover Shoe Farms of Hanover, Pennsylvania. Trained by Stefan Pouliot and driven to his first lifetime win by Robert Shepard. A well-timed victory and a maiden win in a 158-2 lifetime mark for In Play Hanover. Congratulations to all the connections. Orders, they're coming after open length leader Make It Come True. He's got a nice cushion to make it down the stretch. He's all alone on the lead with the closers coming after him now. Make It Come True, trying to make it back to the winner's circle, and he's going to do that for Guy Gagnon. Second was Favaro Sealster, ahead of a fast closing Woodmere Gaelic in 155-4. Trained and driven to his second seasonal victory and his 12th seasonal start. Make It Come True is a 7-year-old bay gelding by Captain Treacherous out of Dream of Treasure. And he was claimed tonight by Jimmy Polifroni, Troy Learn, and Tess Waxman, and will now be trained by Isaac Waxman. Congratulations to Make It Come True and connections. And that could set up for Skylar, who's watching them from second over fourth. Get your license, Liam, still along the cones. They turn for home, and Treacherous Tom leads by a good 4 lengths. Coming late out of the sky once again. It is Skylar up for place behind Treacherous Tom. And for show, Get Your License, Liam, 153-3, fastest of the night. Gelding by Captain Treacherous out of Kate Is Well Said, previously owned by James Barry, Richmond Hill, Ontario, bred by Fashion Farms LLC of New Hope, Pennsylvania, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon, and he's been claimed. And going to new owners, Jimmy Polifroni and Tess Waxman, and he'll be trained by Isaac Waxman. That's back-to-back wins at 2 different tracks, Woodbine Mohawk Park on April 22nd, and tonight at Rideau Carleton for Treacherous Tom. His second win of the season from 12 starts. Congratulations. In 127-3. EL Wild Sport on the inside, up the cones, State News down the middle of the track, JK LMNO fighting off Run for the Money, and she does it. JK LMNO and Jimmy Gagnon just ahead of Run for the Money. For show, it appears to be State News, 157-2. Carleton, winner's enclosure is the unofficial winner of race 9. That's the 5, JK LMNO. She's a 10-year-old brown mare by JK Royal Flush out of Daylon Era, owned and trained by Gerard Vaillancourt of Kempville, Ontario, bred by Brian Brook of Leduc, Alberta, and driven to her first seasonal win by Jimmy Gagnon. Congratulations to JK LMNO and connections. Orders at the back of the field are Delco Dynamo, followed by Officer Jones, 126-3. Rockin' My Dream and Mike Healy are making their way down the stretch with company coming up the inside now. Hurricane King Carlo coming on. It's between those two, and Rockin' My Dream is going to prevail by a neck over Hurricane King Carlo. And it looked like Big Pete styled third in 156 and 3. Dream. He's a 7-year-old bay gelding by a rock and roll dance out of Born to Dream, owned by Kristen Trudeau of Gatineau, Quebec, bred by Lomangio Standardbreds of Tinton Falls, New Jersey, trained by Stefan Meyer, and driven to the win by Mike Healy. Congratulations all round. The highlight of the Sunday night card at Rideau Carleton Raceway came in race 5. It was a breakthrough Rideau Carleton victory for I'm a Stand-Up Guy, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven to victory in 156 and 1 by Robert Shepard. He had 3 wins on the night. I'm a Stand-Up Guy got his first seasonal win ahead of the 6 Raising Rusty for an impressive exactor payout of $197 for the $2 ticket. I'm a Stand-Up Guy is owned by Jamie Copley with Kimberly Eaton, Darren Tingley, and Dwayne Tingley. Join us again on Thursday, May 9th at 4 p.m. for another card of live racing from the nation's capital.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods
without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live. Live from the nation's capital, Ottawa, Ontario, Rideau Carleton Raceway embarks on its 62nd year of racing.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway. We've got our 10th live card of the season coming up at 4 p.m. And we're just under 20 minutes away from race 1. It's a fast track this afternoon, partly cloudy conditions with a 16 degrees Celsius air temperature, 61 degrees Fahrenheit. Winds are from the south-southwest, 14 kilometers an hour, 9 miles per hour, with humidity of 61%. Here are your changes for the card. In race 1, there are no changes. Also, in race 2, nothing to change. Same for race 3, no changes. Race 4, also no changes. No changes in race 5. In race 6 on the 7 Illusioniste Gale, remove the blinkers. Two changes. In race 7, scratch the 2 Mr. John, and there's an equipment change on the 7 Buck in Better, who goes from blinkers to side rolls. In race 8, just one change, an equipment change on the 1 Gettin' Messy, who goes from blind to blinkers. In race 9, the 7 Pantheon Sealster is scratched, and the also eligible Bet Till Dawn does draw in and will start from post 7. That's Bet Till Dawn, the also eligible, driven by Mike Healy, will draw in to post 7 after the scratch of Pantheon Sealster in race 9. And an equipment change on the 2 in race 10. That's Better on the Island, adding a Murphy blind on the right side. That's all your changes. We're about 16 minutes away from post time. Hello, welcome to Rideau Carleton Raceway this Thursday, May 9th. We're taking a look at the card. It's a good one. I'm track announcer and handicapper Melissa Keith.
I'm Robbie Robinson, trainer-driver.
So let's take a look at race 1. We were talking about that off camera. Looks like a good one, and from the rail, best girl in town. This could be her day.
I think it's going to be her day. I just can't see her getting beat in here. I like the 5-horse All-Star Ballerina for second. Had a trainer change last time was a first-time starter for Ty Robillard. I think it was his first start training.
Yes.
And we get a driver change. She had a real good effort against Colts last time, and we have a driver change to Guy Gagnon. I think that's
That never hurts, eh?
No.
Yeah, I agree on that, Exactor. That sounds like a good one for race 1. And in race 2, I quite like DA Cinnamon Crunch. She has been kind of knocking on the door and looks like she might be Ryan Guy's choice here over her Macy Castle Smythe stablemate, Smells Like Teen Spirit, who has that win streak.
Yeah, I think the win streak's going to get beat on that horse today. I like Lion Shining. Last week she bottomed them out of the 8-hole. Whether she can do that again today, I'm not sure. DA Cinnamon Crunch and Nookshook Sally, they closed well from the backfield. And I'm going to put myself in there for a little piece of it. I qualified this filly last week. I drove her last year. She's got just wicked gate speed, which I don't really want to position myself second.
And what filly is that?
Leaving with a Smile.
Yes.
And she was very good in her qualifier. Just not sure if she's going to be quite up to it yet, but I really like her.
It's a deep group there in race 2. Race 3 also, like these trotters to me were hard to decipher. A couple of them broke from tougher post positions in their last start here on last Thursday. Current Danger and Monk both get better posts.
Yeah, Current Danger, he's been haunted with bad positions so far this year. So maybe I think he could get back into it. Monk, he trotted really well after he made a break. But a lot of horses do that at trotters. After they make a break, they'll trot really good.
Yeah.
And, of course, I like my horse.
Check the Magic, of course.
Well, Check the Magic
and
was
the
second.
Magic of
the
Life.
Magic of
Yes.
Life. He raced on the front end last time. And you know what? The front end might not be his best race because when he gets on the front, he kind of wants to go a little too much. With a 6-horse field, I have many options with this horse. And if he can, his best race is probably like a second over race with live cover, and he'll come off the cover good. So I think he's the horse to beat right now.
The Magic of Life, number 3 in race 3, Robbie's pick, and coming off a great win. Congratulations, he's over the seconditis for sure.
Yeah.
So in race 4, we got some nice mares. The Turning Point is back up in class, but what a win for her. She was excellent last time, and she happened to take her lifetime mark on May 12th, 2023 at the Meadowlands. So this time of year, she seems to be good.
Yeah, she raced very well her last start. The start before, she raced really well. You know, she hammered a lesser bunch of horses, but still, she was pretty impressive. Speaker Nancy, she got used real hard last week. I think she might have a bounce-back effort. And the other one's Sobble Amber. She's just been vicious her last 3 starts.
And got her win.
And Lady Corona's been good. So I think there's probably 6 horses in here that
it's a tough one.
It's a tough race. There's 6 horses that are legitimately could be winners.
And then race 5, I think we're going to see a breakthrough. I've got a spot play here. The 6 Sports Activator and Mike Armstrong closed fantastic last time, 28 flat. And he was the only 3-year-old in the field, I think. I don't know if he can beat All-Star Cheddar or Halmac Victor, who I like as well, but you know, the price might be right.
All-Star Cheddar, like, he got used hard last time. He got the front and he was pressured. Sports Activator, looks like Mike had to check him a couple times in the stretch. If he didn't have to do that, I think he might have made things a little bit interesting.
You're right, he lost momentum there on the turn.
And Tell Laura I Love Her is going to get a good trip again like he did in the last start. So for me, I like All-Star Cheddar and the 1 and the 6. Those are my, and Halmac Victor's been racing good.
That is a surprisingly deep field, I think, in race 5. And then race 6, we have another trotter in search of redemption, and that's the 6 Southwind Russian who qualified great, and then he was so hot last time, just couldn't get it together. He's the type who wins or breaks. He doesn't seem to be able to do a correction in the race that gets him a win.
I think he's got about a 10 to 20% chance of winning just because of the braking.
Yeah.
If he doesn't break, he probably wins. But I'm looking for Stomper Tom. Gets back down into this
Me
class.
too.
He could be tough.
Yeah, yeah.
Napoleon Hill should have won last week. He
Miscue.
got running in a
Yep.
little bit, and I had to correct him, and he made a break. So.
Yeah. He was the favorite there, I think, too, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Napoleon Hill, and
Armstead
unfortunate.
Sandy was a winner last week, so.
And one to watch, I think, is Bubbles Slide, who was excellent at a price for Andrew Moore.
Yeah.
So
Could be
facing
part of
tougher
it.
here.
Yeah.
And then in race 7, Springbridge Jim, he's got so much speed, he's a front-end loving type, and he looks like Robert Shepard's choice over Mr. John here. He's my best bet. I don't expect a price, but I think he gets it done in his second seasonal start here.
I watch him closely, and I'm good friends
Yeah.
with Andrew Alvis Moore, and so he qualified real well. He went a slow quarter, he went a quick quarter, a slow quarter, and then come another quick quarter, which is unusual for this horse because usually when he gets fired up,
You
he's
can't
like,
rate him, he
he's,
just
he's
goes,
nonstop. And last time he looked like he had all kinds of pace, nowhere to go. It's just whether the real Springbridge Jim shows up.
That's always the question. And the one I think might give him a bit of a fight is I'm a Dude, who won in 153 and 3 last time. A great mile on the front end for him. So they both might want to be there.
Yeah, I'm a Dude's one-dimensional. Like, if he doesn't have the front end, Buck and Better's going to get used hard. I think Stardog, third start back, and if he gets a trip, it could make things interesting.
But probably one of the front end horses, you think?
Yeah, I'm going with Springbridge Jim.
Yeah.
I said, well, the real Springbridge Jim, please stand up.
We hope. And taking a look at race 8 and back to trotters again. This is a good group, and you're probably a little biased here. Incredible Hall, or what do you think this time?
He's going to find it a little tougher in there. It's going to be last week, I had no intention of going the front. Southwind Rush and Run, I got to the front easy, but he should be a little bit tighter. He's been coming home good last quarters, but if he does, it's probably going to pick up minor shares.
And then we've got a couple coming down from the preferred level, Spicy Redhead and Ripped and Ready. I think it could be one of those two here.
I like Ripped and Ready. You know, he raced very well last time. Spicy Redhead never left the rail, just kind of fished up the rail. But Ripped and Ready is his 4th start back, and I think earlier we talked about this horse is going to need 3 or 4 starts to get going. So I like him. I like Guy's horse here. Show me the magic. He beat me by a nose 2 starts back in a class higher, and maybe Eyes of Justice to round it out.
It's hard to leave anyone out in that race.
Yeah.
And then let's take a look at race 10 just to finish up here. And we've got Beach Journey back from post 7. She's one of those mares who just doesn't seem to care a lot about outside posts. She seems to have the gate speed. She gets there. She holds off everybody at her best. But better on the island, making her second start Lasix here, I think is interesting. She added the Lasix on April 14th, actually. And I'm waiting for a better effort from her.
Yeah, Beach Journey. Last week, the Turning Point was in there.
Yeah.
He's got no shot of beating that horse. But this week, no Turning Point in here. I think she goes right to the front. Thinking of You, Babes, always close. This Woodmere Macarena, third the last 2 times, has been racing well. Better on the island, I believe, needs a trip to be bravened up, and if they braven her up,
she likes the front end trip. And then that 6 Mocking Millions is new to Rideau Carleton. Any thoughts on her? That one making her first ever start on a 5/8 mile track.
That could be helpful for some horses.
Coming from Alberta originally, she might like the bigger track. She was at Western Fair, so I'll be watching her and throwing her in my tickets.
I think maybe Vines to Heaven with the rail. I know she hasn't showed up lately, but I'm hoping for Mike Armstrong's sake that
it would be
show
nice
up
to
soon.
see eventually. But
she was a top class mare here for a couple years, and I'd like to see her bounce back.
Yeah, we'd like to see her bounce back, but I'd like to see Beach Journey in the winner's circle that race, and I'd like all of you wagering on today's card to have a successful one. So thanks for playing along here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. We're about 5 minutes away from race 1 here at Rideau Carleton Raceway. Thanks to those of you joining us this Thursday afternoon, whether online on Horseplayer Interactive or your ADW, or at the track, or one of the many OTBs who carry us across North America. Race 1 is a field of 6 with no changes. These are young filly and mare pacers. They're actually all fillies, all 3-year-olds. Post Parade will be coming out shortly. We've got Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Daily Double wagering here. The current favorite is the 5, All-Star Ballerina. In part, that could be due to Guy Gagnon picking up the catch drive today. And she did race very well here on May 5th. If you're looking ahead to where the multi-legs begin, longer than daily doubles, we have a pick 4 that kicks off in race 2. I have a ticket on screen right now, 20-cent combination, costing $16. I had to go very deep in race 2, which if you caught the pregame show with horseman Robbie Robinson joining me, we agreed it was a deep group in race 2. So 5 in one leg of a ticket is quite rare for me. Race 3 also, we have trotters there, a couple of whom have been break prone lately, but getting some post relief. So that's why those first 2 legs of the pick 4 that kicks off in race 2 are fairly deep for me. In race 1, my selections are now on screen, and Robbie Robinson agreed with me. We both like the current 5-2 choice Best Girl in Town from the rail for trainer, driver, and owner breeder Melanie Plourde. This is a nice filly who has been second in her last couple of starts here. And this time she avoids Inukshuk Sally and Smells Like Teen Spirit, who have since moved up in class, while Best Girl in Town is still a maiden. She's got a lot of speed to her. She was a little unmanageable earlier in the season. She did have some broken equipment issues as well on March 31st and was the cause of a couple of recalls here on April 7th. Actually, it was April 10th, I believe. She really showed her ability in a qualifier where she was third to the very talented 3-year-old male pacers McWicked Time and T.H. McMurray. So Best Girl in Town, currently 2-1, looks like a good value here. But never discount the driver change angle. The public certainly isn't, as All-Star Ballerina continues to be a popular choice at 4-5 for Guy Gagnon.
don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright. 'Cause I'm good, yeah, I'm feeling alright. Baby, I'ma have the best freaking night of my life. And wherever it takes me, I'm down for the ride. Baby, don't you know I'm good? Yeah, I'm feeling alright.
The fillies are now coming from the backstretch for the Race 1 Post Parade. And the Race 1 Post Parade is now coming out on track. These are 3-year-old fillies, non-winners of $3,000 lifetime, non-winners of a race allowed $3,000 with a purse of $5,600. One is Best Girl in Town, owned by trainer-driver Melanie Plourde. Two is St. Ides, owned by William Beecham with Gavin Christie, trained by Gavin Christie and driven by Emil Toth. Three is Tia, owned by Alexis Zilke, trained by Sebastian Turenne and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. Four is Sporty's Best Bet, owned by Julia Ferguson and Lloyd Stone, trained and driven by Ted McDonald. Now parading is 6 Lorry Merchandise, owned by trainer Katja Leclerc and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. And here comes the 5, the current 3-2 favorite. That's All-Star Ballerina, owned by trainer Ty Robillard with Santo Barilla and driven by Guy Gagnon. That's your field for race 1, no changes. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and daily double wagering. And for those just joining us, no changes in race 2 either. Favoritism is now shifted towards the 1 in the win pool. That's Best Girl in Town, now on your screens. Those who've been watching and playing Rideau Carleton in the past will remember her sire, Best of Best Hanover, a top pacer here for many years. And this one, this daughter, followed Smells Like Teen Spirit from single file third in a strung out field on April 25th and was a beaten 1-2 favorite who made a late move up the pylons. She was just flying late up that inside path, closing in a field's fastest 29-3. She's seeking her first lifetime victory. But Best Girl in Town is coming in off of 2 very good place finishes for Melanie Plourde. The fillies are on the first turn. They'll be behind the gate very shortly. Don't get shut out. That's number 2, St. Ides, being helped to get into position for the start. This is her first parimutuel start. Windows remain open. The 4, Sporty's Best Bet, also making her first parimutuel start. And they'll be behind the gate very shortly here for race 1. And the starter has called the race 1 field. They're lining up. From the inside out, it's number 1, Best Girl in Town for Melanie Plourde. 2, St. Ides, Emile Toth. 3, Tia, Stéphane Brosseau. 4, Sporty's Best Bet, Ted McDonald. 5, All-Star Ballerina, Guy Gagnon. And 6, Laurie Merchandise for Stéphane Pouliot. They're on the turn, approaching the start. Last chance to wager on race 1. They're lining up with Tia and Sporty's Best Bet, slightly behind the others. And they're off. Speed as expected from the rail from Best Girl in Town. She's out there early, and coming after her early is All-Star Ballerina up into second. Third on the outside now is Laurie Merchandise, who's 3 wide early, and fourth, St. Ides. Then it's about 5 lengths back to Tia, and trailing the field is first-time starter Sporty's Best Bet. They reach the quarter in 28-4, and a new leader now. That's Guy Gagnon taking control with All-Star Ballerina, who leads by 2 over Best Girl in Town. Then it's another 2 back to St. Ides, about 3 lengths back to next best Laurie Merchandise, who is followed by Tia, who's tightened up and looks to move first over from near last, and also having caught the field but still trailing is Sporty's Best Bet. They're racing to the half in 59-1, led by All-Star Ballerina, out there by 3. Best Girl in Town, 1-5 in the final odds, is keeping up from second, but Laurie Merchandise is on the outside, matching strides and sticking ahead in front, and now just a length behind the leader as they approach 3/4. That's All-Star Ballerina. Laurie Merchandise settles second, then it's Best Girl in Town, followed by St. Ides, 1:28-3. Here comes a move first over from third from Best Girl in Town. Dropping back fourth inside is St. Ides, and coming wide late Tia. Still at the back is Sporty's Best Bet. They're coming for home, 1:28-3 to 3/4, and it's between All-Star Ballerina on the lead, and the rest are just place finishers here. All-Star Ballerina gets there ahead of Best Girl in Town. Tia is up for show in 1:59 flat. And now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure. Number 5, All-Star Ballerina, a 3-year-old brown filly by Jimmy Freight out of Whisper Well. She is owned by Ty Robillard of Bourget and Santo Barilla of Metcalfe, Ontario, bred by Nathan Albrecht and Kenneth Albrecht, Ontario. And that's a first training win for Ty Robillard. Congratulations. The winning driver, Guy Gagnon, and a maiden-breaking win for the 5, All-Star Ballerina. Congratulations to All-Star Ballerina and Ty Robillard on the milestone 159 victory. And results are now official. Race 1 prices are now displayed. The 5 All-Star Ballerina pays $7.50 to win. The $2 exactor 5-1 combination pays $10.90. $1 try 5-1-3 pays $44.60, and the $1 super 5-1-3-6 pays $64.50. The race 1 rundown is now posted. 1 to 5 beaten favorite. Number 1, Best Girl in Town, was second. The 2, St. Ides, finished 5th. The 3, Tia, finished 3rd. 4, Sporty's Best Bet, finished 6th. 5, All-Star Ballerina, the winner for Guy Gagnon. And 6, Lori Merchandise, finished 4th. From the top down, your program should read 2, 5, 3, 6, 1, 4. The fractions were 28 and 4 to the opening quarter, 59 and 1 at the half, 128 and 3 at 3/4, and a 159 new lifetime mark for maiden breaking winner, All-Star Ballerina, in the first ever training win for co-owner trainer Ty Robillard. Congratulations. Race 2 is coming up with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and the first pick 4 of the card. Field of 8, no changes. The post parade is coming on track for race 2. These are filly and mare pacers, non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $1,000. Also eligible $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $30,000 lifetime. The purse, $6,200. One is Leavin' with a Smile, owned by William Beecham with trainer Gavin Christie, driven by Robbie Robinson. Two is Watch Her Go, owned and trained by Katja Leclerc, driven by Stéphane Pouliot. Three is D.A. Cinnamon Crunch, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Ryan Guy. Four is current 8-5 favorite Inukshuk Sally, owned by Dean Larkin, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Smells Like Teen Spirit, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Robert Shepard. 6 is Vivi Z, owned, trained, and driven by Kyle Forgy. 7 is Red Carpet Ready, owned by Jeffrey Davidson, also trained by Jeffrey Davidson, and driven by Jacques Baudouin. Completing the field from post 8 is Lion Shining, owned by Susan Waugh, trained by William Douglas, and driven by William Waugh. That's your field for race 2. No changes. Exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering here. And race 2 also kicks off the first pick 4 of the card. Currently on your screens is the 6-5 win pool favorite, Inukshuk Sally. She gained significant ground from 3/4 onward here last Thursday with a late move up the inside path for place. She was a beaten 6-5 favorite and paced the fastest individual mile of her career, 1:55.4. She has 2 previous wins here for Guy Gagnon and Mandy Archer. A logical favorite, number 4, Inukshuk Sally. This is not a one filly race, however. There are other possibilities here, as Robbie Robinson and myself discussed on the pregame show. Lion Shining, currently 7-2 from post 8, went a big mile for driver William Waugh. Had gate speed and the element of surprise. Last week, she became the first post 8 winner this Rideau Carleton meet and took a new lifetime mark of 1:55.4. So watch the 8. She's a strong possibility. Currently 5-1, the 6 Vivi Z is always a contender. She pocketed up behind Lion Shining, and those two had a bit of a breakaway early in the race. She was edged out late by Inukshuk Sally, but Vivi Z put in a good race for Kyle Forgy. And also 5-1 at the moment is my top choice, the 3 DA Cinnamon Crunch. She was back to second last off the gate here Thursday and had a broken overcheck by the half. She was coming 3 wide at 3/4, coming after Inukshuk Sally, and closed widest of all with the fastest closing quarter that race of 27.4. They'll be going behind the gate very soon here. Last chance to play the first pick 4 of the card. And the starter has called the race 2 pacers. One is Leavin' With a Smile for Robbie Robinson. 2, Watch Her Go, Stéphane Pouliot. 3, DA Cinnamon Crunch for Ryan Guy. 4, Inukshuk Sally, Guy Gagnon, currently 4-5 favorite. 5, Smells Like Teen Spirit for Robert Shepard. 6, Vivi Z, Kyle Forgy. 7, Red Carpet Ready, Jacques Baudouin. And 8, Lion Shining and William Waugh. They're on the turn with Vivi Z and Red Carpet Ready, the last to get in line. And they're approaching the start. And they're off. Speed from the middle. DA Cinnamon Crunches stepping out for Ryan Guy. To her inside, Leavin' With a Smile is leaving well. Wide early and coming after them is the favorite, Inukshuk Sally, but she's blocked and takes back to 4th behind 3rd place. Watch Her Go on the opening turn. Lots of action early as DA Cinnamon Crunch doesn't want the pocket and circles Leavin' With a Smile to reclaim claim the front. 28 flat to the opening quarter. DA Cinnamon Crunch and Ryan Guy cutting the early part of the mile, just ahead of Leavin' With a Smile. It's 2 lengths back to Watch Her Go third, then about 3 back to Inukshuk Sally, who's followed by Lion Shining. On the inside, then it's Smells Like Teen Spirit from the back. Here comes a move from Vivi Z, and gapping at the rear of the field is Red Carpet Ready. They went by the half in 57 and 1 with DA Cinnamon Crunch comfortable on the lead, Leavin' With a Smile, keeping close tabs from the pocket at long odds. And here comes the awaited first over move from Inukshuk Sally, brushing up into second on the outside from first over. Third inside, Leavin' With a Smile, and William Waugh has second over Lion Shining, poised in third. They reach 3/4, 1:26 and 3. And DA Cinnamon Crunch is feeling the heat. Inukshuk Sally is up on the outside first over and closing in as they head down the stretch. The favorite, Relentless against the leader. DA Cinnamon Crunch needs the wire. A late move up the inside from Lion Shining. It's between these two. Lion Shining does it again from post 8 for William Waugh. Second, DA Cinnamon Crunch. Third, Inukshuk Sally, 1:56 and 4. Unofficial results are posted for race 2 with the 8 Lions Shining and William Waugh winning race 2 over 3 DA Cinnamon Crunch, second, 4 Inukshuk Sally, the favorite, third, and getting up for fourth was Vivi Z. Hold all tickets. And now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle. After her second consecutive post 8 win for driver William Waugh, it's the 8 Lions Shining. She's a 4-year-old bay mare by Sweet Lou out of Angel Divine. She's owned by Susan Waugh of Ottawa. bred by Steve Stewart of Paris, Kentucky, and Charles and Julie Nash of Lexington, Kentucky. Trained by William Douglas. And that's Lions Shining's second seasonal victory from arguably the toughest post at the track. Congratulations to the Connections. And race 2 results are now official. Lions Shining returns $14.20 for the $2 win ticket. The 8-3 exactor coming up shortly. The $2 daily double pays $46.20, the 5-8 combination. That 8-3 $2 exactor returns $50.80. The $1 try 8-3-4 pays $48.75, and it's $243 for the Superfecta 8-3-4-6 combination. The race 2 rundown is now posted. The 1, Leavin' with a Smile, was 8th. 2, Watch Her Go, was 6th. 3, D.A. Cinnamon Crunch was 2nd. 4, Inukshuk Sally was 3rd as beaten 1-2 favorite. 5, Smells Like Teen Spirit closed for 5th. 6, Vivi Z closed for 4th. 7, Red Carpet Ready was 7th. And in her second consecutive win from post 8, Lions Shining was your race winner. From the top down, your program should read 862-354-71. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 57-1 at the half, 126-3 at 3/4, and 156-4 the winning time for Lions Shining and driver William Waugh. We're moving on to race 3, the first trot of the card. Post parade coming out shortly. A scratch has just been announced in race 4. Scratch the 2, Perfect Dalliance, a vet scratch due to lameness. That's in race 4, the 2, Perfect Dalliance scratched. Post parade is now coming out for race 3. These are trotters, non-winners of $40,000 lifetime with allowances for mares. Also eligible, non-winners of $5,000 in their last 5 starts and $25,000 claimers. They're racing for a purse of $7,800. One is Current Danger, owned by GT Stables, trained by Isabelle Darvaux and driven by Robert Shepard. Two is Check the Magic, owned by Julia Ferguson and Lloyd Stone, trained and driven by Ted McDonald. 3 is The Magic of Life, owned, trained, and driven by Robbie Robinson. Four is current 3 to 5 favorite Monk, owned by Michelle Letarte with Jamie and Jacob Copley and Kimberly Eaton, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Amigo Mio, owned by Wade and Philippe Toussaint, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Ryan Guy. Completing the field is 6 Ms. Franny, owned by Michael and Sam Sergi. Sam Sergi trains. Stéphane Pouliot is in the sulky. That's your race 3 field. No changes. There's exactor, triactor, superfecta, and pick 3 wagering here. And the current favorite at 3 to 5 in the win pool is number 4, Monk. He's making his 2nd consecutive start here at Rideau Carleton following his claim at Woodbine Mohawk Park on April 26th. He was a beaten favorite on May 2nd. He had a difficult post position. He was in trailing post 9, which often is not beloved of trotters. He's moving to the frontier, and he retains Guy Gagnon, a show of confidence. Unfortunately, on the first turn last Thursday, he broke and caused interference to a number of other rivals, but he's looking good out there today. He was the beaten 2 to 5 favorite, and now coming back from a better frontier post. Glenn Pearson and I see things a little differently, and we're looking for a different winner here. Glenn sides with The Magic of Life and Robbie Robinson. He was a winner last time. He cleared Check the Magic in front of the grandstand last Thursday, and it was the winning move. He only missed checks here when starting from outside posts or when up in class or on a sloppy track last season. And Robbie Robinson was confident on the pregame show as well. So Glenn Pearson going with number 3, The Magic of Life, currently 2 to 1. And for second, he likes Monk. For third, Check the Magic and Ted McDonald, who were also very good at long odds last week for second. I'm looking to the rail. And Current Danger. Current Danger broke at the opening quarter on Thursday. He never reset, and he finally gets some much-needed post relief. That's a consideration here. He was part of the early confusion as Monk broke, and he also jumped it off there on the first turn. He's the winningest of the field, and he had 6 at this track last year for Current Connections, Robert Shepard and trainer Isabelle Darvaux. So I'm going with that angle. Post relief for Current Danger, who's currently 7-1. And the starter has called the race 3 trotters. Final chance to wager here as race 3 kicks off, a pick 3. The field consists of number 1, Current Danger for Robert Shepard, 2, Check the Magic, Ted McDonald, 3, The Magic of Life, Robbie Robinson, 3 to 5 favorite, number 4, Monk for Guy Gagnon, 5, Amigo Mio, Ryan Guy, and 6, Ms. Franny and Stéphane Pouliot. First behind the gate is Check the Magic as the others line up on the turn, approaching the start of race 3. Hanging back on the outside is Ms. Franny. They're otherwise in line for the start, and there they go. Current Danger launching from the rail for Robert Shepard. Second early, Check the Magic. Advancing first over from third into second now is The Magic of Life. And following him, a couple of lengths back in fourth, favorite Monk. Sitting behind him is Amigo Mio, and trailing by about 3, Ms. Franny. They have settled into single file order to the opening quarter of a 29 flat, and The Magic of Life leads the way down the stretch the first time. He leads by 2 over Current Danger. Then it's back to third place, Check the Magic. Fourth, and looking ready to step out for Gagnon, is Monk. On the inside, second from last, Amigo Mio still trailing Ms. Franny. They're in the second turn with not much happening so far to challenge the leadership of The Magic of Life. Still sitting second, Current Danger is about a length and a half back there in second. Coming first over into third is the favorite, Monk. And shuffled back on the inside is Check the Magic. Getting into it second over now from fifth, Amigo Mio. And still 4 lengths back at the rear of the field is Ms. Franny. 128 flat to 3/4 and confident on the lead. The Magic of Life looking good. Current Danger still sits second, and still on the outside third is Monk as they turn for home. They're coming after current leader, The Magic of Life. The Current Danger is on the inside. Current Danger, and Robert Shepard. Tight for second as Monk was coming on wide. And The Magic of Life, definitely part of that photo for place. 157 and 2. Race 3 unofficial results are now posted. 1, Current Danger, the winner for Robert Shepard. Second, number 3, The Magic of Life. Third, number 4, Monk. And fourth, number 2, Check the Magic. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle, a place that he has some familiarity with, is unofficial Race 3 winner, number 1, Current Danger. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Angus Hall out of Current Yield, owned by GT Stables of Saint Placide, Quebec, bred by Winback Farm of Maryland, trained by Isabelle Darvaux, and getting a winning drive from Robert Shepard. That's Current Danger's first 2024 victory in his 4th seasonal start. 157 and 2. A seasonal best so far for Current Danger. Congratulations. And race 3 is now official. Number 1, Current Danger, pays $17.80 to win. The $2 exactor, 1-3, pays $55.20. The $1 try, 134, pays $122.75. And the $1 super, 1342, pays $255.60. And the race 3 rundown is now posted. Number 1, Current Danger, the race winner for Robert Shepard. 2, Check the Magic, was 4th. 3, The Magic of Life finished 2nd. 4, Monk finished 3rd as beaten 1-5 favorite. 5, Amigo Mio was 5th. And 6, Ms. Franny finished 6th. From the top down, your program should read 142-356. The fractions were 29 seconds for the opening quarter, 59 and 1 to the half, 128 flat at 3/4, and 157 and 2. The first seasonal win for Current Danger with Robert Shepard. Race 4 is coming up next with Exactor, Triactor, and Superfecta wagering. It also begins the next Pick 4 sequence. And there's one change in race 4. The 2, Perfect Dalliance, is a vet scratch due to lameness. Scratch the 2 in race 4, Perfect Dalliance. To kick off this Pick 4, I've narrowed it down to just 2 mares to keep the 20-cent ticket to a cost of $9.60. The Turning Point was brilliant on May 2nd. The going away 154 and 2 victory on the class drop for Stéphane Brosseau. She's got the rail and up in class, but she definitely fits this group. And I'm also liking the 6, Lady Corona, who was 2nd for regular driver, Pascal Berube, here on May 2nd. She was 2nd as beaten favorite and gaining late. Just not quite as quick to the wire as Sobel Amber, who had her 3rd seasonal victory there on May 2nd. She's got a tougher post tonight, Sobel Amber, so I'm leaning towards the other 2, Lady Corona and the Turning Point here. In race 5, I also went just 2 deep with the 2, All-Star Cheddar, who has a strong record here for Mandy Archer and Guy Gagnon this meet. And also Sports Activator from Post 6, who closed very strongly in his May 2nd start. He's just a 3-year-old, but he's my spot play of the card as well. In race 6, I've got 3 of them picked there. We'll talk about that a little bit later. But they're in every Rideau Carleton program, printed on track, and they're also available anywhere on the NahooPicks.com website. Glenn Pearson also has a 20-cent Pick 4 kicking off here. His costs $18. He's going with Butterfly Kisses from Post 3 for Jimmy Gagnon, as well as the 6, Lady Corona, and the 7, Sobel Amber. He's going with 3 horses in race 5. He likes the rail horse, Tell Laura I Love Her, to go back-to-back, as well as All-Star Chatter and Howmac Victor. And in race 6, he's had to go 5 deep. These are trotters once again, where breaks can be more of a factor. And we have a couple of relative newcomers here, or seasonal newcomers. So he's got Bubble Slide, he's got Armstead Sandy, Stomper Tom. He's also using Southwind Russian and Napoleon Hill. Lots of options in some competitive fields this afternoon at Rideau Carleton. The Post Parade is on their way to the track for race 4. The race 4 pacers are fillies and mares, non-winners of $6,000 in their last 5 starts. Also eligible, not listed preferred pacers. They draw together, and posts 6 and 7 were assigned. The purse is $8,000. One is The Turning Point, owned by Sylvain Cote, with trainer Robert Bernicki and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. We're currently looking at the 3, Butterfly Kisses, owned by Bruce Tremblay, trained by Alain Fillion, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. The 2, Perfect Dalliance, is a vet scratch. Four is Speaker Nancy, owned by Jamie Copley with the Ottawa Bob Racing Stable, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Robert Shepard. 5 is DA Temptation, owned by Pierre-Yvon Mondoux Incorporated, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 6 is Lady Corona, owned by Sotiros Anastaspoulos, trained by Yves Tessier, and driven by Pascal Berube. Completing the field from post 7 is Sobel Amber, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Legasse. That's your field for race 4. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 4 wagering here. The current favorite happens to be my top choice, but this is a very strong field. It's number 1, The Turning Point. As mentioned on the pregame show, The Turning Point took her 152 and 2 lifetime mark on May 12th, 2023 at the Meadowlands from the rail. And last Thursday, she made front on the first turn, took the lead back from the very good Beach Journey before the second turn, and then opened up late. It was a 2-move victory. She came home in the field's fastest, 28 and 2 closing quarter. She's up in class, but then again, she deserves to be. And for those who check out the equine body language on track, The Turning Point seems to be saying, let's go. The race 4 selections of myself and Glenn Pearson are now on your screens. Glenn is putting Lady Corona on top, and she's my second choice at 3-1. She's a possible winner and could be a good value there. She trailed a small but tough field to the half here last Thursday and followed the cover of winner Sobel Amber along the back stretch. Lady Corona was a beaten 4-5 favorite. She actually closed in the same final quarter time as winner Sobel Amber, a sharp 27 and 2. So Glenn and I are both using Sobel Amber in our tickets. Glenn likes that mare for second, while I'm putting her third because I see The Turning Point as my top choice. Speaker Nancy, the 3, is one who Robbie Robinson mentioned could rebound off a rare lackluster performance. She was 3 wide early here last Thursday. She was battling DA Temptation, and that may have tired her out slightly. She didn't offer a lot against the late speed of Sobel Amber and Lady Corona in the stretch, and did lose ground late. Speaker Nancy, 7-1 at the moment. And the starter has called the field for race 4. This is your last chance to play the exactor, triactor, superfecta, or pick 4. They're lining up. 1, the turning point for Stéphane Brosseau. 2 is Scratched. 3 is Butterfly Kisses for Jimmy Gagnon. 4 is Speaker Nancy, Robert Shepard. 5, DA Temptation, Guy Gagnon. 6, Lady Corona, Pascal Berube. And 7, Sobel Amber for Michel Legasse. They're on the turn and quickly approaching the start. Hanging back slightly on the inside is the turning point. The others are in line. And they're off, quickly sprinting to the front, the turning point. And Stéphane Brosseau sitting in the pocket early is Butterfly Kisses, followed single file third by Speaker Nancy. And then in fourth is DA Temptation. At the back, Lady Corona and Sobel Amber. They're in program order, single file in a well-spaced field approaching the opening quarter. And the turning point hits that point in 27-2. Second, sitting the pocket, Butterfly Kisses keeps pace with the leader. Third is still Speaker Nancy, followed by DA Temptation. Lady Corona steps out from second last, and trailing the field, it's Sobel Amber. They're into the second turn. Nothing has changed on the front end as it's a freewheeling leader, the turning point. Now looking to come first over out of third. Speaker Nancy is on the move, 56-4 to the half. The time for the turning point, who continues to lead this field. Sitting second, Butterfly Kisses. Third, first over, but not really gaining ground, is Speaker Nancy. Shooting up the cones into fourth. Lady Corona could be dangerous. Second over behind the retreating cover of Speaker Nancy. And now 3 wide, DA Temptation at a price. And coming from the back of the field, big closer, Sobel Amber, 125 and 1 2 3/4. They're closing in on the turning point. They've turned for home up the inside. Here comes Lady Corona through the center. Butterfly Kisses. It's going to be a blanket finish here, and it looks like it goes to Lady Corona, perhaps, but Sobel Amber could have stung her widest of all at the wire. A very close decision in a 154-1 mile. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results are now posted with the 7, Sobel Amber, the winner of race 4 over the 6, Lady Corona. Second, 5, DA Temptation was third, and 3, Butterfly Kisses finishing fourth. Now approaching the Rideau Carleton winners enclosure for the second time in a row. Unofficial race 4 winner, Sobel Amber. She's a 5-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar out of Ambrosia Sealster, owned, trained, and driven by Michel Lagacé of Terrebonne, Quebec, bred by Sobel Hill Farms of Terra and Nasusito Racing Incorporated of Ayr, Ontario. Race 4 is now official. That's the 4th win in her 15th seasonal start of 2024. Sobel Amber, congratulations to her connections. It's her second consecutive win, and she nearly matches her seasonal best. She was a 154 winner on May 2nd, 154 and 1 today. 7, Sobel Amber pays $10.30 for the win. The 7-6 $2 exactor pays $24.60. $33.55 for the $1 try, 765, and the $1 superfecta, 7653, returns $201.80. And the race 4 rundown is now displayed. 1, The Turning Point finished 5th. 2, Perfect Dalliance was a vet scratch. 3, Butterfly Kisses was 4th. 4, Speaker Nancy was 6th. 5, DA Temptation was 3rd. 6, Lady Corona was 2nd as beaten 4-5 favorite. And 7, Sobble Amber, the race 4 winner for Michelle Legacy. The fractions were 27-2, 56-4, 125-1, and a 154-1 winning mile for Sobble Amber. Race 5 is coming up with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. No changes.
Did you know there are over 80 horses that are cared for and trained here at the Rideau Carleton backstretch?
No live races? We still got you covered. Watch and wager on races all across North America 7 days a week. How much does it cost to play? It's free. Why would you pay to play?
Enjoy all your favorite comfort foods without missing a race.
Open 7 days a week. Horse racing at Rideau Carleton. So much more than live.
The post parade is coming out for race 5. These are non-winners of $30,000 lifetime, also eligible. $20,000 claimers for non-winners of $60,000 lifetime. The purse, $7,000. One is Tell Laura I Love Her, owned by Litwin Racing Team, trained by Andre Lachance and driven by Pascal Berube. Two is All-Star Cheddar, owned by Jamie Copley, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Guy Gagnon. Currently the 6-5 favorite. Three is Halmac Victor, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Vic Putty, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Four is Red Cape Party, owned, trained, and driven by Richard Simard. Five is Play the Ace, owned by trainer Alain Filion with Bruce Tremblay. William Moy is in the sulky. And completing the field from post 6, Sports Activator, owned by Lee Collin and Lloyd Howley, trained and driven by Mike Armstrong. That's your field for race 5. No changes. Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering here. Currently on your screens, 7-5 win pool favorite number 2, All-Star Cheddar. He was first to the front here last Thursday. He parked Red Cape Party on the first turn, and he was a winner at odds of 1-5. The front end trip worked in his favor. Most of the winners on the pace last Thursday had front end trips, 4 of 6. All-Star Cheddar is a strong contender here. He's got a very good record this season, having won 3 of his previous 4 starts, all at Rideau Carleton. And the one defeat was on April 25th when he was second to Mick Wicked Time, who has since moved to Woodbine Mohawk Park. He's a logical favorite. Number 2, All-Star Cheddar for Guy Gagnon from post 2. Some others were knocking on the door last week with late speed. Howmac Victor is one of them from post 3 for Jimmy Gagnon. He came home in an identical 28-2 closing quarter, like All-Star Cheddar, and had an overland trip. He has just one win this season, and that was at the Raceway at Western Fair. But he is a contender. Don't count out 3, Howmac Victor. And currently 4-1. That's a 6 Sports Activator on the outside. He's the only 3-year-old in this group. He qualified very impressively here on April 24th. There were some scratches in the qualifiers that day, but he nearly distanced the other pacer he was up against in that qualifier. And his seasonal parimutuel debut here last Thursday was quite good too. He closed for place just ahead of Howmac Victor. And he was closing in on All-Star Cheddar, so his odds are drifting up, and he might be one to throw in your tickets. I would play him across the board myself. 6-1 on the 6 Sports Activator. Glenn likes Tell Laura I Love Her to go back-to-back for Pascal Berube. The one was a winning favorite from the same post at a lower level here on April 28th. And we both like All-Star Cheddar to be part of that exactor. And in the show spot, Howmac Victor. Glenn put Sports Activator 4th in his superfecta. I looked to Red Cape Party, who is always a contender, and he's making a quick turnaround after a Sunday victory at Hippodrome 3R on a sloppy track for Richard Simard. Red Cape Party being walked along as they get ready to go behind the gate very soon here in race 5. The starter has called the race 5 pacers. Last chance to wager. The race 5 field starts with the 1, Tell Laura I Love Her for Pascal Berube. 2, All-Star Cheddar for Guy Gagnon, currently the even money favorite. 3, Howmac Victor, Jimmy Gagnon. 4, Red Cape Party, Richard Simard. 5, Play the Ace, William Waugh. And 6, Sports Activator for Mike Armstrong. They're on the turn. Hanging back on the inside, Tell Laura I Love Her. They're approaching the start of race 5. And they're off. Leaving from the rail is Tell Laura I Love Her. Just to the outside is All-Star Cheddar in second, and now settling into the pocket. It's 3 lengths back to third place, Halmac Victor, and settling into fourth behind him is Red Cape Party. At the back in program order, Play the Ace and Sports Activator as they round in a single file procession to the opening quarter in 27 and 4. That's Tell Laura I Love Her leading the way for Berube, closely followed by All-Star Cheddar. It's still a couple of lengths back to third place, Halmac Victor, keeping just ahead of Red Cape Party. Tightening up from second last, Play the Ace, and yet to move, but there he does on the second turn. That's a first over from last move for Sports Activator and Mike Armstrong. Now moving up into fifth on the outside. They went by the half in 57 and 4, a 30-second breather for Tell Laura I Love Her, keeping just ahead of All-Star Cheddar. Still sitting about a length and a half back in third is Halmac Victor, and parked advancing first over is Sports Activator, who is now going to take back. Gaining ground up the cones is Red Cape Party. They went by 3/4 in 1:26 and 2. On a run at the back of the field is Play the Ace, who's a non-contender at this point. And they're closing in on Tell Laura I Love Her as the stretch looms ahead. Tell Laura I Love Her still leading the way. Coming up the inside, All-Star Cheddar. Coming wider is Halmac Victor, but it's a second consecutive win for Tell Laura I Love Her. And Pascal Berube ahead of Halmac Victor and All-Star Cheddar in 1:55 and 1. Unofficial results are now posted for race 5 with the 1 Tell Laura I Love Her. A winning favorite for Pascal Berube over number 3 Halmac Victor, second. Third was the 2 All-Star Cheddar, and fourth was the 4 Red Cape Party. Hold all tickets. Coming back for a win photo After winning race 5, it's the one Tell Laura I Love Her. A 4-year-old bay gelding by All Bets Off out of Diacon's Dart. Owned by Litwin Racing Team of Westmount, Quebec. Bred by Litwin Racing Team. Trained by Andre Lachance. And that's a second consecutive Rideau Carleton victory on the class jump for Tell Laura I Love Her. She was driven to victory, or he was driven to victory, by Pascal Berube. Congratulations to Tell Laura I Love Her and his connections. And race 5 is now official. Tell Laura I Love Her returns $3.90 to win. The 1-3 exactor pays $17.70. The $1 early pick 4 pays $7.92.15 for the 8-1-7-1 combination. Pays on 4 of 4 as now we now see the 20-cent ticket for that pick 4. $158.43 for the 8-1-7-1 combination in the pick 4. The $1 try here pays $13.60 for the 1-3-2. And the super, the $1 ticket on the 1-3-2-4 combination. That superfecta coming up shortly. There we go, $49.80 for the $1 ticket on the race 5 superfecta 1-3-2-4 combination. The race 5 rundown is now posted. 1, Tell Laura I Love Her, 4-5 winning favorite for Pascal Berube. 2, All-Star Cheddar, was 3rd. 3, Halmac Victor was 2nd. 4, Red Cape Party was 4th. 5, Play the Ace was 6th. And 6, Sports Activator finished 5th. From the top down, the race 5 rundown should read 132-465. The fractions were 27 and 4, 57 and 4, 126 and 2, and 155 and 1, the winning mile by Tell Laura I Love Her and Pascal Berube. And now we're taking a look at race 6, Glenn Pearson's 20-cent pick 5 ticket is posted. He's going quite deep in the opening leg, which I believe might cost a little more than $9.60, but it might also be worth it. He's going with Bubble Slide, the 2, as well as the 3, Armstead Sandy, the 4, Stomper Tom, the 6, Southwind Russian, who's currently 6-5 favorite here, and also from post 9, Napoleon Hill. In race 7, Springbridge Jim and I'm a Dude are his choices and mine. Here comes the race 6 post parade. These trotters are non-winners of $15,000 lifetime with allowances. Non-winners of $5,000 or 1 race lifetime draw inside. The purse is $6,600. One is Stonebridge Robust, owned by Keith Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Ryan Guy. Two is Bubble Slide, owned, trained, and driven by Andrew Moore. Three is Armstead Sandy, owned by Ottawa Valley Racing Stable 2, trained by James Armitage and driven by Robert Shepard. 4 is Stomper Tom, owned by Wade and Philippe Toussaint, trained by Mike Armstrong and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Coltrane DeVie, owned by Christine Davignon, trained and driven by Daniel Delude. As we wait for the 7-5 favorite, number 6 Southwind Russian, to appear on track, we're looking at the 7 Illusion East Gale, owned, trained, and driven by Jerome Lombard. 8 is Sequence Hanover, owned by trainer-driver Jacques Baudouin with the estate of Ronald Charette and Jean-Roch Meroy. Now on track, here is the 6 Southwind Russian, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. He's the current 7-5 favorite. And from trailing post 9 and completing the field, it's Napoleon Hill, owned by Joan Castle, trained by Macy Castle Smythe and driven by Robbie Robinson. Only one change this race, the 7, Illusioniste Gale, remove blinkers. There's exactor, triactor, high 5, and pick 5 wagering here. Currently on your screens is the 6, Southwind Russian. He's an unpredictable horse. He disappointed his backers on May 2nd, but he also qualified very impressively April 24th. He won in 158 and 4 for the fun of it in the fastest of 3 qualifiers that day. The other 2 qualifiers on that occasion were by pacers. He's a little fractious at times. He's not a horse you can single, but at his best, he's a very strong front-end winner. Southwind Russian, 8-5, 3-2 at the moment. Also getting attention is my top choice here, number 4, Stomper Tom. He moved up in class after winning for Guy Gagnon here on March 31st. He was a beaten 9-5 co-favorite last Thursday. He pocketed up behind Incredible Hall on the first turn. He was boxed in at 3/4 and loose late up the inside path. He gets some class relief here, and he's the 7-5 favorite at the moment. That's number 4, Stomper Tom with Guy Gagnon. Another who raced very well last week was the 2 Bubble Slide for trainer-driver Andrew Moore, making front on the first turn last Thursday and opening up on the front end after the favorite, 1-5 favorite, Napoleon Hill, self-destructed at the quarter pole. The starter has called the field for race 6. This is your last chance to play the pick 5. They're going behind the gate. One is Stonebridge Robust for Ryan Guy. 2, Bubble Slide, Andrew Moore. 3, Armistead Sandy for Robert Shepard. 4, Stomper Tom for Guy Gagnon, currently the 7-5 favorite. 5, Coltrane de Vie, Dan Dulude. 6, Southwind Russian, Stéphane Pouliot. 7, Illusioniste Gale, Jerome Lombard. 8, Sequence Hanover, Jacques Baudouin. And the trailer is the 9, Napoleon Hill for Robbie Robinson. They're lining up in a gradual fashion on the second turn for the start of race 6. A slightly uneven one with Stomper Tom late to get in line, as is Southwind Russian. They're off, and the gate speed comes from Coltrane de Vie, who strides out 3 wide to make front just ahead of Stomper Tom. And then it's a couple of lengths back to third. That's Bubble Slide, who sits there in the early going. A first over 4th move from Southwind Russian, and that one advancing now first over. Back in 5th on the inside is Stonebridge Robust, a 28 flat opening quarter and a contested one, as that's Coltrane de Vie on the inside, and now Stomper Tom clearing to the lead. Following that cover from third, second over is Southwind Russian. It's a gap back to Bubble Slide, who's 4th on the inside. A further gap back to 5th place Stonebridge Robust. And then it's further back to Armstead Sandy. Here comes a very far back move from second over from Illusioniste Gale. And further back, Napoleon Hill and Sequence Hanover. Up front, Stomper Tom led to the halfway point in 57-1. Southwind Russian minding manners here and sticking ahead in front with a first over bid that proved successful for Stefan Pouliot. That's now Southwind Russian, who's landed where he likes it on the lead at 3/4, 127 flat. Backing down, Stomper Tom. Coming on second, though, is Coltrane DeVee with a good trip, and they're battling to 3/4, 127 flat. They're doing that battling well behind a well-mannered Southwind Russian. He's out in front by a good 6 lengths, hoping to hold on for place here. Coltrane DeVee coming on late for show is Armstead Sandy, just ahead of Napoleon Hill in 158 flat. Unofficial results are now posted for race 6. The winner, number 6, Southwind Russian for Stefan Pouliot. Over the 5, Coltrane DeVee. 3, Armstead Sandy was 3rd. 9, Napoleon Hill was 4th. And completing the high 5, unofficially finishing 5th, the 2, Bubbles Slide. Hold all tickets. Now walking back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure is race 6, unofficial winner. Number 6, Southwind Russian. He's a brown 4-year-old gelding by Tactical Landing out of Raising Roxanne, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario. He's bred by Southwind Farms of Pennington, New Jersey, trained and driven by Stefan Pouliot. That's the first 2024 parimutuel victory for Southwind Russian. Perfect in 158 flat. Congratulations. Race 6 is now official. Number 6, Southwind Russian, pays $5.30 for the win. $2 exactor, 6.5, pays $21.90. $1 try, 6.53, returns $58.60. And it's a big super high five for 20 cents, $421.57 for the 65392 combination. The race 6 rundown is now posted. 1, Stonebridge Robust finished 8th. 2, Bubble Slide was 5th. 3, Armstead Sandy was 3rd. 4, Stomper Tom finished 9th as beaten 4-5 favorite. 5, Coltrane DeVee was 2nd. 6, Southwind Russian, the race winner for Stefan Pouliot. 7, Illusioniste Gale was 7th. 8, Sequence Hanover was 6th. And 9, Napoleon Hill was 4th. From the top down, your program should read 853 921 764. The fractions were 28 seconds to the opening quarter, 57 and 1 to the half, 127 at 3/4, and 158 the winning mile time for Southwind Russian, a seasonal best. Race 7 is coming up with Exactor Triactor, Superfecta, and late pick for wagering. There are a couple of changes in race 7. The 2, Mr. John, is scratched. The 7, Buck and Better, goes from blinkers to side rolls. Happy 81st birthday to Jean-Guy from family, friends, and everyone at Rideau Carleton Raceway. The race 7 post parade is coming out. These pacers are non-winners of $900 per start in their last 10 starts, with non-winners of a race this year allowed $100. They're going for a purse of $7,000. The one is Springbridge Gym, owned by trainer-driver, or I should say by trainer Andrew Moore with Tommy Godfrey, driven by Robert Shepard. 2, Mr. John is scratched. 3 is Candid Cameron, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained by Stéphane Pouliot and driven by Melanie Plourde. 4 is De Chairman, owned by Sean Vino, trained by Emily Vino, and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is current 3 to 5 betting favorite, I'm a Dude, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. 6 is Stardog, owned, trained, and driven by Ryan Guy. And completing the field from post 7, Buck and Better, owned by Scott and Lisa Henry, trained by Scott Henry, driven by Pascal Berube. And Buck and Better goes from blinkers to side rolls this race. That's your field for race 7, which kicks off the late pick 4. There's also exactor, triactor, and superfecta wagering available here. I'm a Dude continues to be a popular 3 to 5 favorite here. He's coming in with a move up in class after his going away front-end victory from the rail last Thursday. This is a slightly tougher group, and the post position a little less helpful. It was an eye-catching clocking of 153 and 3 for I'm a Dude. He's definitely a strong contender here. Others to consider in race 7. From the rail, Springbridge Jim, who looks like Robert Shepard's early choice over the now scratched number 2, Mr. John. Springbridge Jim didn't get his favorite trip on Thursday. He likes the front end. He had trainer Andrew Moore driving last week and now has catch driver Robert Shepard. So in my late pick 4, I'm going 3 deep in each leg, and here I'm using Springbridge Jim, the 1, 5, I'm a Dude, and also the hard closing Stardog, who's currently 15 to 1. He's a strong closer, and Flying Ryan Guy might be able to get there in time. He was parked first over last trip. And he did have 3 2023 victories late season for Ryan Guy, so I wouldn't count out Stardog. In race 8, I'm going with the 2, 5, and 3. Spicy Redhead, Eyes of Justice, and Ripped and Ready. Race 9, Century Invictus, Press Time, and Delightful Kiss. And in the last leg of the pick for race 10, I have the 7, Beach Journey 2, Better on the Island, and the newcomer, number 6, Mocking Millions. The starter has called the race 7 field. This is your last chance of the card to play the pick 4. They'll be going behind the gate very shortly. Last look at the selections here. Glenn Pearson putting I'm a Dude, the current 4 to 5 favorite, on top of his exactor, with Springbridge Jim second. I see it the opposite way, with Springbridge Jim on top. The 2 is scratched here. I like Stardog for show. And Buck and Better looked good out there too, scoring down. And with the equipment change, he might be one to consider. Pascal Berube driving the 7. Buck and Better, currently 9-2. The bridle change can help them see things differently sometimes. I've just heard that the 5, I'm a Dude, has returned to the paddock for an equipment adjustment. Windows remain open for race 7 as the 5 gets his tongue tie back in place. Still time to play the last pick 4 of the card. And the 5, I'm a Dude, is coming back on the track after having equipment adjustments. The windows still open for race 7 as we wait for the favorite, currently the even money favorite, 5, I'm a Dude, and Stéphane Pouliot to line up. Thanks for your patience with race 7. They're lining up now for the start. They are the 1, Springbridge Gym for Robert Shepard. 2 is Scratch. 3 is Candid Cameron, Melanie Plourde driving. 4 is De Chairman for Guy Gagnon. 5, I'm a Dude, Stéphane Pouliot, still the 4-5 favorite. 6, Stardog, Ryan Guy. And 7, Buck and Better for Pascal Berube. They're going into the turn, approaching the start for the final pick 4 of the card here in race 7. They're all in line. And they're off, sprinting from the rail, Springbridge Gym and Robert Shepard grab early command, but there's company coming on the outside from I'm a Dude, who would also like to be there, and he clears to the front for Stéphane Pouliot. That puts Springbridge Gym in the pocket. It's about a length and a half back to third place, Candid Cameron, who is followed by De Chairman. Then it's Stardog and Buck and Better as they circle past the quarter pole. 28 and 2, the first panel time for I'm a Dude, who's up front just ahead of Springbridge Gym. Tightening up in third, Candid Cameron. It's about 3 lengths back to fourth place, De Chairman. Couple of lengths behind him, second last is Stardog. Still trailing Buck and Better. No one making a move around the second turn as they reach the halfway point, and they're led by the favorite. That's I'm a Dude, 56 and 3. Just ahead of Springbridge Gym, shadowing from the pocket, and about a length and a half back third, Candid Cameron. It's a wider gap back to fourth place, De Chairman. Gapping behind him in fifth is Stardog, still trailing, but looking to make a first over move from last now for Berube is Buck and Better. 3/4 reached in 1:24 and 3. Exiting the pocket, Springbridge Gym gets orders from Robert Shepard as the stretch is coming up. Also stepping out to come second over to Chairman. They're still chasing after I'm a Dude up the inside, Candid Cameron. The second over move from Buck and Better could be good here. They're just chasing to the wire, and it's a very narrow decision for I'm a Dude over Candid Cameron up the inside. 1:54 and 3. Unofficial results are now posted for race 7. 5, I'm a Dude, the 2-5 unofficial winner. Second, the 3, Candid Cameron. Third, the 6, Stardog. And fourth, the 4, De Chairman. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winner's Circle is unofficial race 7 winning favorite at odds of 2 to 5. It's the 5. I'm a Dude. He's a 10-year-old bay gelding by Lil Dude Starbuck out of Ethel Sealster, owned by a numbered Quebec Corporation of Gloucester, Ontario, bred by Surdale Farms Limited of Kelowna, BC, trained and driven to victory by Stéphane Pouliot. That's the second consecutive win for I'm a Dude, and he does so impressively on the class jump this week in 154 and 3. Congratulations to the connections of I'm a Dude. Race 7 is official. The 5 I'm a Dude pays $2.80 to win. The 5-3 $2 exactor pays $10.70. The $1 pick 4 that ends here pays $71.75 for 4 of 4. The 20-cent version of that pays on 4 of 4, $14.35 for the 7-1-6-2-5 combination. The $1 try pays $23.40 for the 5-3-6 combination, and it's $86.10 for the $1 Superfecta 5-3-6-4 ticket. The race 7 rundown is now on your screens. The 1, Springbridge Jim, finished 6th. 2, Mr. John was scratched. 3, Candid Cameron was 2nd. 4, De Chairman was 4th. 5, I'm a Dude was a winning favorite at odds of 2 to 5 for Stéphane Pouliot. Six, Stardog finished third, and 7, Buck and Better was fifth. From the top down, your program should read 6 scratch, 2, 4, 1, 3, 5. The fractions were 28 and 2 to the opening quarter, 56 and 3 to the half, 124 and 3 at 3/4, 154 and 3. The winning mile by I'm a Dude. Race 8 is coming up next, and there's an equipment change on the 1, Getting Messy, who goes from blind bridle to blinkers. There also seems to be a claim entered on the 1, Getting Messy. Handicapper selections are posted. Glenn Pearson likes Eyes of Justice from post 5. I've put him on top in his previous 2 starts here, and I like him for second today. I'm going with Spicy Redhead on top. And Glenn likes Getting Messy for third here, just ahead of Ripped and Ready. Ripped and Ready, I'm putting third in my triactor with Incredible Hall fourth. Robbie Robinson spoke very highly of the 3 Ripped and Ready on the pregame show today, and I really think you could box the 253 here and you'll get a nice exactor out of it. That would be my own opinion on the race. Getting Messy, though, with the claim entered and the equipment change. He's definitely a contender. There were no other changes here in Race 8. There's Exactor, Triactor, Superfecta, and Pick 3 wagering. The Race 8 trotters are coming out for the post-parade. Non-winners of $3,000 last 5 with allowances. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $500. Also eligible, $15,000 claimers. They're racing for a purse of $7,000. The 1 is Getting Messy, owned by trainer Yves Tessier with Gina Bragagnolo and Lynn Bragagnolo, driven by Ryan Guy. Claim entered on Getting Messy. The 2 is Spicy Redhead, current 3 to 5 favorite, owned and trained by Nathalie Seguin, driven by William Waugh. 3 is Ripped and Ready, owned by Dr. Ruth Irving, trained by Terry Vandenplas, and driven by Pascal Berube. Four is Show Me the Magic, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon Incorporated with Gestion Louis Latulippe Incorporated, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. 5 is Eyes of Justice, owned by Limco Incorporated, trained by Victor Putty, and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. Six is Incredible Hall, owned by Paul Smythe, trained by Macy Castle Smythe, and driven by Robbie Robinson. Completing the field from post 7 is Mask of Zorro, owned by trainer Benoit Ibert with Eric Lafleur, driven by Stéphane Brosseau. That's your field, And take note, the one Gettin' Messy has returned to the paddock for an adjustment on the trotting hobbles. On your screens currently is the 4-5 favorite from post 2, Spicy Redhead. She and driver William Waugh sat single file 4th in the preferred handicap Sunday. They got shuffled to near last, and they were coming on late up the inside path in the co-second fastest closing quarter, 30 seconds flat. The quick turnaround can often be a good thing. And Spicy Redhead was quite good here last season around the same time. On April 26th, 2023, she took her lifetime mark of 156-1 from the same post position. She's stepping down from the Rideau Preferred, and that's one reason why she's the even money favorite. That's the 2, Spicy Redhead. She's not the only one here who's a serious contender, of course. Glenn Pearson returning to Eyes of Justice, who's down in class after a show finish last Thursday. Jimmy Gagnon often drives some upsets here, and he's staying with Eyes of Justice. And Robbie Robinson spoke highly before the race about what he thinks of the 3 Ripped and Ready, who looks like Pascal Berube's possible choice over the 1 Gettin' Messy. The only catch with Ripped and Ready is, other than a March 27th Rideau qualifier, he hasn't won since August 25th, 2022. On that occasion, he did win this track's preferred handicap in line to Pascal Berube. He came on late last start, and at 6-1, I think he's one to include in your tickets. Gettin' Messy is on track after equipment adjustments a few moments ago, and they'll be headed behind the gate very shortly for race 8. Last chance to get involved in the pick 3 this afternoon. And there's also exactor, triactor, and super wagering here, but the seconds are ticking down toward the start. And the starter has called the race 8 trotters. They are the 1, Gettin' Messy for Ryan Guy. 2, Spicy Redhead, the 4-5 favorite for William Waugh. 3, Ripped and Ready, Pascal Berube. 4, Show Me the Magic, Guy Gagnon. 5, Eyes of Justice, Jimmy Gagnon. 6, Incredible Haul, Robbie Robinson. And 7, Mask of Zorro, Stéphane Brosseau. They're on the turn, approaching the start with Ripped and Ready and Spicy Redhead timing the gate here. And they're in line. there, off and trotting, and on a break at the back. Oh, it's Spicy Redhead who is out of it early. Spicy Redhead is at the very back of the field. Leading the way, that's Show Me the Magic, and Guy Gagnon quickly getting the positive jump on the rest of the field. Ripped and Ready surges first over into second, just ahead of Getting Messy, who sits third along the cones, ahead of fourth place Eyes of Justice, 28-2, a brisk opening quarter, and a new leader now, Ripped and Ready, circling to the front for Pascal Berube. That puts Show Me the Magic in the pocket second, ahead of Gettin' Messy third. Then it's fourth, Eyes of Justice. Fifth is Incredible Hall, followed by Mask of Zorro. And in an insurmountable hole at the back of the field after the break is Spicy Redhead. They head past the half in 58 and 1, a 29 and 4 second panel for Ripped and Ready, leading just ahead of Show Me the Magic. And with a big brush now on the outside, it's Eyes of Justice advancing up to the sulky wheel. He's second. Shuffled back to third, Show Me the Magic. Second over fourth is Mask of Zorro. Back in fifth along the cones, Getting Messy, and trying to get involved third over from second last is Incredible Hall, 128 and 3. That's Eyes of Justice clearing to the lead now and leading by about 3. 3/4 was reached in 128 and 3. Eyes of Justice seeing his way to the wire ahead of the rest here. He leads by a good 5 open lengths. It's diminishing as Mask of Zorro comes on for place. Eyes of Justice and Jimmy Gagnon finish ahead of Mask of Zorro and possibly Show Me the Magic for show in 157 and 4. Unofficial race 8 results now posted. Taking late money, the 5 Eyes of Justice became favorite at 3-2, and he's the unofficial winner for Jimmy Gagnon. Over fast closing, number 7, Mask of Zorro, second. 4, Show Me the Magic, third. And 1, Gettin' Messy, fourth. Results remain unofficial. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton winner's circle is the 5. Unofficial winner of race 8, Eyes of Justice. He's a 6-year-old big gelding by Justice Hall out of Nobody Knows But Me. Owned by Limco Incorporated of Châteauguay, Quebec. Bred by Écurie Gaétan Bonneau Incorporated of Montreal. He's trained by Victor Putty and driven to his 4th win this season. This time by Jimmy Gagnon in his 16th seasonal start. That's the latest win for Eyes of Justice in 157-4. And results are now official. Five, Eyes of Justice returns $5.10 to win. $2 exactor, 5-7 pays $81.70. The $1 try, 5-7-4 returns $168.30. And the $1 superfecta, $1,029.95 for the 5-7-4-1 $1 super. The race 8 rundown is now posted. The 1, Getting Messy, was 4th. The 2, Spicy Redhead, finished 7th. 3, Ripped and Ready, was 6th. 4, Show Me the Magic, was 3rd. 5, Eyes of Justice, a 3-2 winning favorite for Jimmy Gagnon. 6, Incredible Hall, was 6th. And 7, Mask of Zorro, finished 2nd. From the top down, your program should read 476-3-1-6-7. I have a feeling there's a 5 in there somewhere. Getting Messy was claimed and goes to new owners, Jamie Copley, Kimberly Eaton, and Darren Tingley. Getting Messy was claimed for $15,000 and will now be trained by Mandy Archer. We have a correction in the rundown here. Note that the 3, Ripped and Ready, finished 5th. The race 8 fractions were 28 and 2 to the opening quarter, 58-1 to the half, 128-3 at 3/4, 157-4 the winning mile for Eyes of Justice, his new seasonal best. And a new lifetime mark, in fact. Race 9 selections are now posted on screen from track handicappers, myself and Glenn Pearson. We both like Century Invictus from post 6. And for second, I'm going with the 9, Press Time. And Delightful Kiss, the 3 in the show spot, just ahead of Bees Terrific in 4th. Glenn likes Delightful Kiss in the place spot ahead of Giddy Up Max, the 8 for 3rd, and then Press Time, completing the superfecta. Race 9 is the second last of the card here this afternoon, with exactor triactor, superfecta wagering, and the start of the late double. Take note that here in race 9, there's an important change. The 7, Pantheon Sealster, was scratched, and the 10 draws in. That's Bet Till Dawn, who will start from post position 7 for driver Mike Healy. So the 7, Pantheon Sealster, has been scratched, but starting from post 7 is the 10, Bet Till Dawn. The also eligible draws in for driver Mike Healy. With Mother's Day coming up, you may want to take mom or the mother figure in your life to the races here at Rideau Carleton. We have a wonderful Sunday brunch at Cafe Italia in the grandstand. And you'll want to stick around for the live races coming up here on Sunday, 6:30 p.m. post time. The race 9 Pacers are coming out for the post parade. Non-winners of $400 per start in their last 10. Non-winners of a race this year allowed $100, and they're going for a purse of $6,100. One is Well Worth the Wait, owned by Catherine and Lauren Scott, trained and driven by Brian Scott. Two is Major Motion, owned by trainer Jennifer McBride and driven by William Waugh. Three is Delightful Kiss, owned by Robert Shepard and Isabelle Darvaux. Isabelle Darvaux trains, Robert Shepard drives. 4 is Edam Sports Baby, owned, trained, and driven by Denis Audette. Five is Bees Terrific, owned by Gina Bragagnolo with trainer Yves Tessier, driven by Pascal Berube. 6 is current 4 to 5 favorite, Century Invictus, owned by John Collings, trained by Mandy Archer, driven by Guy Gagnon. 7, Pantheon Sealster is scratched. 8 is Giddy Up Max, owned by David Shea, trained by Victor Putty and driven by Jimmy Gagnon. From trailing post 9, it's press time for owner-trainer Marc-André Simoneau. Jean Fontaine co-owns. Stéphane Brosseau is in the sulky. And drawing in the also eligible number 10, Bet Till Dawn, is owned and trained by Jennifer McBride, driven by Mike Healy, and Bet Till Dawn will start from post 7. That's your field for race 9 with exactor, triactor, superfecta, and late double wagering. Currently on screen, the top choice of the betting public at 3 to 5. He's also the top selection of myself and fellow Rideau handicapper Glenn Pearson. Century Invictus. It's his second start Lasix. He's teaming up with driver Guy Gagnon for the first time. This horse got away third from the rail on Sunday in his second start for trainer Mandy Archer. He had another driver that race, Robert Shepard, and lost ground late in the mile after never leaving the pylons. He gets some class relief here, and this is a high win percentage horse with nearly 27% lifetime victories from his starts. So Century Invictus, understandably popular. The 9, press time, now crossing in front of the grandstand. He leaves from the second tier. He's interesting. He makes a quick turnaround with some class relief. He was second in the slop Sunday at Hippodrome 3R to Howie's Man, who is a very classy horse. Press time was driven by Pascal Berube that race, and Pascal is now driving the 5, Bees Terrific. They wired here at a higher classification on September 17th of last year at odds of 18 to 1. Bees Terrific is up in class after finishing third on Sunday at Hippodrome 3R. He gets the quick turnaround as well in his second seasonal start. Another of interest here, currently 7 to 2, is the 3, Delightful Kiss, who's winless at Rideau Carleton, but had a strong win on the front end at Hippodrome 3R last August 27th for Isabelle Darvaux. And Delightful Kiss was third to Rideau Preferred Regular Flash Cube in the third, or in the fastest of 3 qualifiers here, May 1st. Starter has called the field for race 9. Last chance to wager on race 9. From the inside out, in race 9, they're the 1, Well Worth the Wait, Brian Scott. 2, Major Motion, William Waugh. 3, Delightful Kiss, Robert Shepard. 4, Edam Sports Baby, Denis Audette. 5, Bees Terrific, Pascal Berube. 6, Century Invictus, Guy Gagnon. Starting from post 7 is the 10, Bet Till Dawn for Mike Healy. 8 is Giddy Up Max, Jimmy Gagnon. And 9 is the trailer, Press Time for Stéphane Brosseau. They're ready for the start. They're on the backstretch. Hanging back at the start are Giddy Up Max and Bet Till Dawn. They're off and pacing. Speed from the rail, well worth the wait. Leaving well, but they're 3 wide early. In the middle, it's Bees Terrific. Making front to his outside and continuing to advance is Century Invictus. He's being stretched out. Doing so, Century Invictus has now cleared a tough Bees Terrific. 27-3, the opening quarter. A stiff one with Century Invictus now leading the way for Guy Gagnon. He keeps ahead of Pocket Sitting. Bees Terrific. Third is Well Worth the Wait. Fourth, Delightful Kiss. Fifth is the 9, that's Press Time. Outside of him and advancing now first over, Edam's Sports Baby coming from the back of the field, and he's towing Bet Till Dawn into it. They're on the second turn, and they're 5 in, 4 out, 58 and 1 the clocking for Century Invictus, keeping about a length and a half ahead of Bees Terrific. Then it's Well Worth the Wait. Third on the inside is Delightful Kiss. The outer flow is starting to stall there. Delightful Kiss is backing through the field, coming 3 wide around her. Edam's Sports Baby up front, still Century Invictus leading. Coming on now from first over third. Well Worth the Wait has stepped out in the pocket. Bees Terrific looking to swing 3 wide. Edam's Sports Baby moves up into fourth and hoping to come up the cones from further back. Press Time. They're pressing the pace as Century Invictus and Guy Gagnon need the wire now. Edam Sports Baby widest of all up the cones. Bees Terrific. It's a close one, and it's a very close decision. Century Invictus appears to have held off a late move up the passing lane from Bees Terrific. Hold all tickets, 157 flat for the mile. Hold all tickets, a very close finish there. Photo for win in race 9. Now coming back to the Rideau Carleton Winners Enclosure is unofficial race 9 winner, number 6 Century Invictus. He's a 5-year-old bay gelding by Better's Delight out of Strike Accord, owned by John Collings of Brudenell. PEI, bred by Century Spring Farms of Gorey, Ontario, trained by Mandy Archer, driven to victory by Guy Gagnon in 157. That's a first parimutuel win of the season and a new seasonal best for number 6, Century Invictus. Congratulations. Unofficial results are posted. It's not just the win photo. There was a photo, I believe, for 4th here. 6, the 2-5 winning favorite, Century Invictus, ahead of 2nd place 5, Bees Terrific. 1, well worth the wait, 3rd, and 4th was the 9, Press Time. Results remain unofficial. And race 9 is now official. Six, Century Invictus returns $2.80 for the win. The $2.65 exactor pays $13.80. The $1 try, 651, returns $23.80. And the $1 super, $169.25 for the 6519 ticket. And the race 9 rundown is now on your screen. The 1, Well Worth the Wait, finished 3rd. 2, Major Motion was 7th. 3, Delightful Kiss finished 9th. 4, Edam's Sports Baby was 5th. 5, Bees Terrific, a close 2nd. 6, Century Invictus, a winning 2-5 favorite for Guy Gagnon. 7, Pantheon Sealster was scratched. 8, Giddy Up Max was 6th. 9, Press Time was 4th. And 10, Bet Till Dawn, who drew into post 7, finished 8th. From the top down, your program should read 3, 7, 9, 5, 2, 1, scratch, 6, 4, 8. The fractions were 27 and 3, 58 and 1, 127 and 1, and 157 flat, the new seasonal best for 6, Century Invictus. That's the first 2024 victory for Century Invictus. Congratulations. Now on your screens, the very tight photo finish. This one shows the 6, Century Invictus, finishing ahead of the 5, Bees Terrific, on the inside. Further back, the 1, Well Worth the Wait, finishing 3rd. And the noses on the line are in the 4th place photo. The 4, Edam's Sports Baby, on the outside. And on the inside, the 9, Press Time, who finished 4th. Happy 30th to Lee and Mike from your family, friends, and everyone here at Rideau Carleton Raceway.
Line drive, Hanover wins the Charles Jurabinsky Memorial Cup.
Race 10 is coming up. That's the last of this Thursday afternoon into early evening card. Thanks for joining us. Take note that Rideau Carleton will be helping celebrate the 50th anniversary of the Ontario Sire Stakes coming up on Sunday, June 23rd. Mark your calendars and join us, hopefully in person. Race 10 is a nice field of pacing mares will be on the track shortly for the post parade for our last race of this Thursday card. The rain has held off, and the people at the picnic tables have enjoyed some great racing here at the track this afternoon. Just one change in race 10 on the 2, Better on the Island. Add Murphy Blind right. There's Exactor, Triactor, and High Five wagering here. Current favorite, no surprise, it's the 7, Beach Journey, and Guy Gagnon. As we wait for the pacing mares to come out for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace to conclude the card. Just a reminder, with Mother's Day coming this Sunday, May 12th at Rideau Carleton, would be a nice one to take mom or grandma or the lady in your life to the track here. It's a wonderful brunch at Cafe Italiano that continues into the afternoon. And then the live racing kicks off at 6:30. Great way to spend your Sunday. The race 10 pacers are coming out for the post parade. These are fillies and mares, $8,500 through $10,500 claimers. Also eligible, non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 starts. The non-winners of $1,000 last 5 draw with the $8,500. Non-winners of $2,000 in their last 5 with the $10,500. Got that? They go for a purse of $6,200. Leading the post parade is 1 Vines to Heaven, owned by Rachel Burns, trained by Mike Armstrong, and driven by Pascal Berube. Two is Better on the Island, owned and trained by Brian Scott, co-owned by breeder Amy Griffin, and driven by Guy Gagnon. Note the Murphy Blind right added on the 2, Better on the Island. 3 is Thinking of You, Babe, owned by Jamie Copley, trained by Mandy Archer, and driven by Robert Shepard. 4 is Woodmere Macarena, owned by Anne Lemarand, trained and driven by Mike Healy. 5 is NC Rockabye, owned by Michel Grenier, trained by Alain Martin, and driven by Stéphane Brosseau. 6 is Mocking Millions, owned by Claude Prou, trained by Denis Monguy, and driven by Marie-Claude Augier. Currently the 9 to 5 betting choice. It's the 7, Beach Journey, owned by Écurie Guy Gagnon, incorporated with Frederic Gagnon, trained and driven by Guy Gagnon. And rounding out the field from post 8 is Going Yard, owned by a numbered Quebec corporation with Sylvain Bilodeau, trained and driven by Stéphane Pouliot. That's your field for race 10 with Triactor and Exactor and High Five wagering. Currently on your screens is the 7-5 favorite. That's the 7 Beach Journey with driver Guy Gagnon. This mare won from the same post on April 25th and then ran into the Turning Point last Thursday, who moved up in class this week. So Beach Journey avoids that rival. Beach Journey's greatest asset, actually one of many, she has a lot of gate speed. And she's won from post 8 and post 7 in the past here. She had a pocket trip behind the Turning Point after cutting the opening quarter of 27-1 last Thursday. And she was best of the rest behind that class dropper, who she avoids here. Beach Journey, understandably popular from post 7. Another I would take a close look at is the 2 Better on the Island, who qualified second to Flash Cube in the fastest of 3 May 1st Rideau qualifiers. She's a front-end loving mare and had her first win at this track last year from the same post on April 23rd at a lower classification for Guy Gagnon, who's now driving Beach Journey. Better on the Island added Lasix on April 14th and had 2 wins last season at this track for Jimmy Gagnon, who's in the sulky today on that 9-2 choice. Number 2, Better on the Island. Also 9-2 is Rideau newcomer, the 6, Mocking Millions, the only drive by Marie-Claude Auger. The starter has called the field. Last chance to wager on the race and the card. They're lining up for the Robbie D'Alessandro pace. The 1 is Vines to Heaven, Pascal Berube. 2, Better on the Island, Jimmy Gagnon. 3, Thinking of You, Babe, Robert Shepard. 4, Woodmere Macarena, Mike Healy. 5, NC Rockabye, Stéphane Brosseau. 6, Mocking Millions, Marie-Claude Auger. 7, Beach Journey for Guy Gagnon, 4-5 favorite. And 8 is Going Yard for Stéphane Pouliot. They're on the turn and headed to the start. Hanging back is the 8 Going Yard as the rest have lined up. And they're off. Also dropping back, known closer NC Rockabye, and a big move on the outside from Beach Journey. Coming after fast leaving, Thinking of You, Babe, who's momentarily on the front end. That's changed quickly. Here comes a first over. Beach Journey clearing her and landing on the front. Sitting third for Jimmy Gagnon is Better on the Island. They have some separation over next best Vines to Heaven at the 27-2 opening quarter. Up front where she likes it, Beach Journey leads the way in front of the grandstand the first time with Thinking of You, Babe in the pocket, followed by Better on the Island, then Vines to Heaven tightening up fourth. Following her, Woodmere Macarena fifth. Back behind that one, NC Rockabye. And then at the back, we're seeing some movement coming from Mocking Millions. Trailing the field is Going Yard. They go by the half in 57 and 3, 30 and 1 second panel for 1 to 5 Beach Journey, who's got to deal with the first over 10 to 1 shot, Better on the Island, who is testing her and getting stretched out, but still landing on the lead for Jimmy Gagnon and opening up by a length and a half over Beach Journey. Coming now, second over, or uncovered actually. First over at this point into third is Woodmere Macarena. Dropping back on the inside fourth is Thinking of You, Babe, 125 and 1 to 3/4. And down the stretch they come. They're coming after Better on the Island. Some late pace up the inside from Beach Journey, but they're not going to catch Better on the Island. She's better today, all right, for Jimmy Gagnon, winning by about 3 over Beach Journey, and Woodmere Macarena third, 154 and 4. Unofficial results are now posted for race 10, and the unofficial winner, number 2, Better on the Island, at odds of 10 to 1, is coming back after her first win of the year in her third start of 2024. Better on the Island, a 4-year-old bay mare by Better Than Cheddar out of I'm Before You, owned by Brian Scott and Amy Griffin of Brinston, Ontario, trained by Brian Scott, driven to victory by Jimmy Gagnon in 154 and 4. Congratulations to Better on the Island and all her connections. Second was the 7, Beach Journey. Third was the 4, Woodmere Macarena. Fourth, number 3, Thinking of You, Babe. And finishing 5th to complete the high 5 was the 1, Vines to Heaven. Results remain unofficial. And race 10 results are now official. Better on the Island pays $22.30 for the win. The 2-7 $2 exactor pays $35.90. The $1 pick 4 of 4 pays $117 and change. The 20-cent pick 5 returns $73.53 for 5 of 5. The $1 ticket will be displayed again momentarily. The 20-cent super high 5 here pays $144.30 for the 2-7 431 20-cent super high 5. It's a $1 triactor 274 that returns $112.50, and the $2 late double 62 pays $42 even. The race 10 rundown is now posted. The 1, Vines to Heaven, finished 5th. The 2, Better on the Island, the race winner for Jimmy Gagnon, at odds of 10-1. 3, Thinking of You, Babe, finished 4th. 4, Woodmere Macarena, finished 3rd. 5, NC Rockabye was 7th. 6, Mocking Millions was 6th. 7, Beach Journey was 2nd as 1-5 beaten favorite. And 8, Going Yard finished 8th. From the top down, your program should read 5, 1, 4, 3, 7, 6, 2, 8. The fractions were 27 and 2 to the opening quarter, 57 and 3 to the half, 125 and 1 at 3/4, and 154 and 4, that is. The winning mile for Better on the Island. Thanks for joining us online, in person, or at the OTB. Today's handle for the card was $262,869. Join us again on Sunday. We have a wonderful brunch here and another great card of live harness racing from the nation's capital on May 12th, 6:30 p.m. post time. Happy Friday, and enjoy the rest of your Thursday night. I'm Melissa Keith, track announcer.